what does that mean for the skills profile as you think about the skills that employees need to be able to leverage this technology? So that's going on in our clients. It's no different than in ourselves. You know, we're a 40,000 person organization spread across the globe, and what we're finding is, one, how do we think about the highest application areas? And I mentioned our knowledge centers are one of the biggest areas that we're applying this technology. But how do we also arm those client-facing consultants with tools that make them, I like to call it, make you superhuman, not superfluous? And because I often get asked, and maybe you'll get to this, you know, I get asked by a new young hire, is AI going to take my job? Right? Is this going to work me out of a job? And I say, well, it depends. You know, if you define your job as it is today, probably. Right? But if you use this as a moment to figure out what are all the things that AI can do, and then you use the time that is freed up to go help solve even more complicated problems with the client? No. Because this is a belief that, look, there'll always be something more complicated. There'll always be something more aspirational that our clients want to tackle. Yeah. And so we're on this race to figure out, how do you redesign work?
That was a bit whiffy.
As you arm people with these new and amazing tools.
How much is this discussion of AI dominating the requests that you're getting from clients for help right now?
If I looked at the two biggest topics worldwide, and it varies based on where you are in the world, you've got a great appreciation for this, but the two biggest ones are technology writ large, which AI is at the center, but I widen it to technology. That's about 40% of the work that we're doing right now worldwide. I'd say quickly followed with, in some way, shape, or form, how do I make my organization more resilient, given everything that's going on in the world? And a belief that resilience is going to matter because I will withstand future shocks. So I need to innovate with this technology, but I need to make myself resilient at the same time. Can you help me with both of those?
Are clients generally constructive about current conditions right now, not just here in the United States, but around the globe? I mean, there's been a lot of geopolitical shocks, obviously a lot when it comes to various policies coming out of the US government as well as Europe and now over in Asia. Are they comfortable with where we're going?
You know, I think the role of a CEO is not necessarily to ever be comfortable in any context. And, you know, and if you're an investor and you find a really comfortable CEO, that may tell you something, right? You know, and so there is this idea, I think, a role of a CEO is at one point is to be aspirational. How do you set an aspiration for change? And back to the technology point, I think you do see a lot of excitement that, although it may be hard, the potential for these new technologies to transform who I am exists. Drug discovery, you know, radically shortening the cycle times, amazing customer experience, you name it, right? But on the other, that the world is getting to be a more volatile place on any dimension. You talk about a bit of government policy, but it's not the only variable in this. How are the economies performing, the role of government, you know, demographic change that you haven't dealt with, you kind of name it. And so a belief that I need to change my organization model to be able to do two things at the same time. And I like sports, right? I can't just play defense. If I just play defense, I'll be able to withstand the shocks, but I'll come out average. I can't just play offense. So if I play offense, I might win, but I might blow myself up. So how do I play offense and defense at the same time with a recognition that I'm gonna have more things thrown at me going forward as a matter of course, that things won't go back to normal, that we're in a new normal now.
It's
and how do I
normal.
navigate through this?
It's also a bit of a chaotic normal, and I'm wondering if that's actually helped McKinsey's business.
You know, the first thing I would say is I think that idea of more chaotic depends on where in the world you sit. You know, if you talk with CEOs in Brazil, they might say, to your point, it's been chaotic for a long time, and we just have the muscle to navigate through, whether it's inflation, whether it's a pandemic, et cetera. Like, this is the normal of operating as a CEO in Brazil. I think it is a bit different operating in the US and in Europe. And so that idea of more volatility going forward, I think, is now sinking home in some of the largest economies. You know, it's lonely, I think, particularly as a CEO right now, on how do you navigate through this, because you have a lot of different stakeholders. You might have a board that is really focused on, are you sure you're doing everything you can to protect the institution? You might have employees that say, what's the security for me? You have a different interaction with governments around the world, and their involvement or not with your business has changed. You have technology providers saying that, are you really moving fast enough on this technology?
Yeah.
And then you have this belief of, look, I was brought here as CEO for a reason, which was to lead us in a way that is going to differentiate myself from my competition.
All right. If you can find any plays as usual.
Anything, honestly. So you're not a cat. What do you want me to do? I'm calling about the loose staff and he doesn't want to.
Sorry. I'm here. Sorry, trying to handle some real estate. Real estate.
And I had a chance to sit down exclusively with McKinsey's global managing partner, Bob Sternfeld, earlier today, and he talked about
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, let's get you the latest on the U.S. government shutdown and the Trump administration moving quickly to capitalize on the situation by shrinking the size of the federal workforce.
There are unfortunate consequences to a government shutdown, and the federal government is not receiving any cash at the moment. And so the Office of Management and Budget has been tasked with looking over the receipts and looking over the budget of the entire federal bureaucracy. And as the Vice President said, determining what needs to continue to go out the door and what can we continue to keep running and what unfortunately is going to have to come to an end. So those decisions are being made, and unfortunately layoffs are very likely, as the Vice President just said, going to be a part of that.
For more, let's bring in our Congress reporter, Caitlin Riley in Washington. So, Caitlin, day one of the shutdown, we look like we're headed towards mass firings?
Yes, that's correct. As you heard the press secretary say earlier today, the administration is moving forward with firings. We knew that was a threat heading into this. We had seen agencies shut down plans in the days leading up to this, and they hadn't included any firings, but now we know that those are in fact coming, which we heard from the press secretary. And you're seeing kind of an escalation of tactics from the Trump administration as this shutdown drags on beyond the first day.
We also heard about President Trump freezing federal funding for New York, not to mention also withdrawing some projects when it comes to those states that voted for Kamala Harris. We are hearing about criticisms of using the government shutdown as a pretext for culture wars at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's notable about the funding that was slated for New York is the top Democrat in the Senate and the top Democrat in the House, who've both been leading the shutdown fight, are both from New York. And so I know Democrats are seeing this as retaliation. The administration has said it's part of a review of that funding related to kind of cultural war issues, sort of diversity, equity, inclusion funding. And so that's, we're seeing things ramp up.
It looks like both sides are digging in, as you alluded to. Talk to us about the Democrats' policy demands and how the Republicans have responded so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Democrats are asking for Republicans to agree to roll back Medicaid cuts that they enacted earlier this year. That's a healthcare program that primarily serves the very poor. Democrats also want to see an extension of healthcare subsidies that are due to expire at the end of this year. Republicans have said that they will not negotiate on these demands until the government opens, but we are seeing some bipartisan talks among rank and file senators where you might see some overlap, particularly on the healthcare subsidies that are due to expire at the end of this year. There seems to be the possibility for some bipartisan agreement there, though, of course, nothing has been forthcoming yet, and leadership has insisted that they will not be entertaining these negotiations while the government is shut down.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Tyler Kendall, I'm Joe Matthew. Tonight, day 2 of the shutdown without a deal in sight.
Call your senators, your Democrat senators, the 44 people who want to shut the government down. You should call them right now and tell them to get here and get to work and open the country up for the people.
The developments throughout the day here in Washington as we hear a lot of talk from both sides of the political divide without much, if any, hint of a plan to get out of this shutdown.
Meanwhile, the president meets with his budget chief as potential permanent job cuts could be on the line. The White House threatening to announce layoffs in the coming days. We'll discuss it all with Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins and Congresswoman Madeleine Dean up ahead.
Plus, new reporting on the potential deal the Trump administration could strike with Ukraine as it contemplates sending long-range missiles to the embattled country to aid in its fight with Russia. We'll get into it with former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta.
And OpenAI vaults past Elon Musk's SpaceX to become the world's largest startup. Details on the company's massive valuation as it looks to partner up with Microsoft. Coming up in tonight's Power Brief.
We begin this evening, though, with the government shutdown now entering its second day and a White House eyeing the potential permanent firing of thousands of federal workers. As the president meets with his budget director, Russ Vought, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters this earlier today.
It's likely going to be in the thousands. It's a very good question, and that's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These discussions and these conversations, these meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep the government open.
We've got Bloomberg's Megan Scully covering Congress, Skylar Woodhouse at the White House right now, and we begin with Skylar and all the action today at the White House. Skylar, what can you tell us?
Absolutely. It's, everyone's trying to figure out how long this shutdown is going to last and what we can expect. What we do know is that House Speaker Mike Johnson was here at the White House today meeting with President Trump. We know that this meeting was separate from the meeting that President Trump had with Director Vought. So we're still trying to parse out those details from the meeting with Director Vought. But Mike Johnson was here at the White House today. So obviously discussions are, fully happening, and everyone is just all eyes on what could be next. And obviously what we're seeing right now from the White House is just sort of their approach to this shutdown, which is kind of a different kind of shutdown from what we traditionally see as they look to advance their agenda and sort of treat this as a Doge Part 2 as they sort of continue to shrink that size of the government.
All right, Bloomberg's Skylar Woodhouse reporting live for us tonight at the White House. Thank you so much. And House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries spoke to the press within the last hour and had this to say about the status of negotiations with President Trump and congressional Republicans.
Leader Schumer and myself haven't gotten a single phone call as it relates to a follow-up conversation. We're ready to have that conversation, but we need credible partners on the other side of the aisle.
Now, with more on the status of those shutdown talks and whether or not they're really happening on Capitol Hill is Bloomberg's Megan Scully. She leads our Capitol Influence team here at Bloomberg News. So, Megan, you just heard from the Democratic leader Jeffries there. Are there any negotiations happening? Because lawmakers have been telling Joe and I that at least behind the scenes there's some sort of talks, but has it amounted to anything?
So there are some lower level talks within the Senate because this is obviously very much eyes are all on the Senate and flipping about 5 Democratic votes, or if you're Chuck Schumer, keeping those 5 Democratic votes in line so they can't get the 60 votes they need to pass this Republican spending bill. There are talks being done. The Senate has a long history of loving gangs, as they call them, bipartisan groups, trying to strike a deal over these Affordable Care Act subsidies. That is really the crux of the Democratic demands. They expire on January 1st, and Democrats want to ensure that they stay active, that voters can continue to reap the benefits of these and that premiums don't go up.
Megan, it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Of course, Bloomberg's Megan Scully on Balance of Power and one of the agencies that could be impacted by those potential layoffs that we've been discussing. And the longer this goes, the greater the potential is the VA. Chat about 467,000 employees nationwide as of June, helping more than 16 million veterans across the country. Joining us now with more on the impact around the nation, Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio. We don't talk a lot about the VA, but if you're in Washington or if you're a veteran, you know that your job is one of the most difficult of the agencies here in Washington to bring care to millions of veterans around the country. To what extent is this shutdown going to make your job even more difficult?
Well, one, I think I have the best job in the cabinet. I'll argue with anyone. I get to take care of the best people in the world, and that is our veterans. And right now, look, I'm glad you brought this up because right now there's no impact to our medical centers. There's no impact to our outpatient clinics, no impact to our vet centers. Benefits are going to still be processed. We're still doing, applications. So the most part, 97% of our workforce due to advanced appropriations is continuing. Now, we do have limits in stuff on like outreach to new veterans, outreaches to those that need help. We've had to close our regional offices. In our benefits offices, there's no walk-ins at this point. They can still use the online or call centers. But those are going to build. And frankly, if it continues on longer, there will be more impact mainly on the outrage and how we process with in the public.
Understood. Reportedly, your department will furlough less than 5% of staff, and considering the numbers that we're talking about, I guess that's fairly significant. Beyond impact, do you believe that they will all have their jobs to come back to? Have you talked to Russ Vought about this?
Yeah, there's no reason to not think so. Well, we've had a great year this year of looking at our population of our employees and making a commitment to saying we're going to take care of veterans and looking at our size. We had throughout the year, we've had our deferred resignation program, which is our early retirement program, which was used by a lot of our employees. We've downsized about 30,000 people. We're about 450,000 employees now. And the great part about that is that we were able to use that not only with these great workers that we had, and we wish them well as they leave, but what it's able to do is make us more focused in what we do. And in doing so, we've been able to lower our backlog from 264,000 when I first got there to almost 132,000 now. Our wait times at our hospitals are getting better and better as we make sure that we're getting better answers and quicker answers to our folks so that no veteran is impacted. So at this point in time, we're looking forward to, frankly, we're hoping 5 Democrats will figure out that they need to keep the government open and that we can move forward and look forward to continue taking care of veterans.
Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering if you're hearing from any concerned veterans about either the future of their job security, their access to services the longer this shutdown goes on.
No, there's just general concern. I mean, when you have issues like this, I was on the Hill for 8 years. There's always the concern of what may or may not be. That's why we're on here, and I appreciate the opportunity to come on and share the positive news to our veterans, especially for those who get 9 million plus who get their health care through us, that they're not going to see any difference in what they have seen. Our vet centers are still open. The counseling is going on. Our mental health outreach and placement are still going on. So this is a good time for that. And I think really is to look through this is we're going to do what we have to do to take care of our veterans, and we have the funding to do that.
Since you did bring up healthcare, I did want to follow up on the negotiations that we are hearing related to some of those healthcare subsidies on Capitol Hill. The Urban Institute estimates 5.4 of all U.S. veterans are enrolled under the ACA's credit subsidized plans. What's your advice to veterans? Where are you coming down on this issue when we are talking about the future of healthcare being potentially tied to reopening the government?
Well, I think it's interesting right now is my advice to veterans, call your senators and get them to open the government, and then they do the negotiations that they need to do on how they're going to handle that situation. This is, as someone who was in Congress, a legislator, you deal with legislative policies in places where you can have your discussions and decide what is best going forward, and both parties getting their say. Holding it hostage at the end for this on a really what is an unreasonable discussion in which you're not even bringing a reasonable proponent to the table to start with is frustrating. So I would just tell veterans, look, get the government open and hold Congress accountable for passing the bills that needs to fund the government.
Getting the government open would also be required to address legislation that is on the table that would allow Department of Veterans Affairs doctors to talk with their patients about medical marijuana. Secretary, there's a big debate right now about potentially rescheduling. The president has spoken to this in Washington, D.C. Is that something that you support, that we should be talking about and considering?
I think we're discussing a lot of different things, especially to help our veterans. I'm the first secretary who's actually said that use of psychedelics is something that we already study. We have approximately 42 studies, clinical trials that are going on right now using various medications to make sure that we're finding the best way for some of our veterans who have chronic PTS, traumatic brain injury, concussion injury. We're willing to look at those and make sure that it's proper for us to use. We're of course, following the law, doing what we're supposed to do. I think it's an interesting discussion for Congress to have. We'll continue to follow the law. We're going to give good clinical data to show what helps veterans. And then in the end, I think it could also show, could this help the general population as a whole?
But just for clarity, Mr. Secretary, where do you fall specifically when it does come to cannabis being used in this way to potentially treat those suffering from PTSD?
Well, and it's really irrelevant how I feel about it. If it works for veterans, then I'm going to be happy for us to use it in the VA. But until the Congress decides how they're going to use that, it's really not a discussion point for me. I think if it works, we're going to be able to use it. Congress needs to look at the evidence and say, this is what we want to move forward on. I think it is something definitely that they need to positively look toward. We've seen some advances in it, but it is a congressional decision, and we'll abide by that until they decide.
Understood, Secretary. Another story we talk about a lot and a lot more around here is artificial intelligence. And as we were preparing for our conversation with you, we saw your department has several pages of documents devoted to the integration of AI in VA systems. And I'm fascinated to hear from you more about what you're working on here and whether this shutdown might hasten the adoption of AI to help make the agency more efficient.
I think we're already on our way there. And I think, look, I want to assure our veterans, and this is one of the things, and it's always sensitive when you deal with healthcare and others, and I appreciate your thought of, yes, this is a very difficult agency. We're very large, and we take care of 9 million veterans. But AI is a very good tool for us to be able to use. It's being used in healthcare systems all across the country. We're unique in that we get to, especially in that we get to take care of veterans, but we're not unique in the healthcare space. AI is being used in radiology, other parts of treatment and diagnosis. We're going to continue to look at that. We're looking at ambient monitoring where our doctors can actually have more transcribed issues. And we've not ever done this. Most hospitals have already gone to this where they can do their records so the doctor's not worried about missing something. They can hear it, and as they go back on their records, we're looking toward using that in our hospital system, but also we're using it in our disability claims and looking at how we can expand that out, always with a human sort of oversight to make sure that it's going and done properly. But that's the way that we can look at maybe for veterans out there, they'll understand what I'm talking about, the C&P exams, where they're actually having to go get a doctor to say, yes, this is something you have a disability and this is something that you're affected by your service. Many of those times, those are already in the record themselves. And wow, if we could go through that with technology and save us $3 or $4 billion over time to actually put that toward healthcare, prosthetics, and other things and benefits, that would be a great savings, not only to the American people, but a great help to our veterans.
All right, an important conversation. Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins, thank you so much for joining Bloomberg.
Thanks.
Coming up, the future of thousands of federal workers is unclear as President Trump works with the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Someone who's held that position in the past is former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, who joins us up next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Look, we're going to look at agencies that don't align with the administration's values that we feel are a waste of the taxpayer dollar. And look, unfortunately, these conversations are happening because we don't have any money coming into the federal government right now. And so the president wants to be a good steward of the American taxpayer dollar during a time when our balance sheet is looking very grim because the Democrats chose to shut the government down.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Tyler Kendall in Washington. Thanks for being with us. That was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt from earlier today discussing the targeting of, quote, Democratic agencies when it comes to potential layoffs. Following Budget Director Russ Vought's meeting with the president amid the shutdown, joining us for more is former Defense Secretary and CIA Director Leon Panetta. You should know as well, he has a card for every story and was in fact the director of Office of Management and Budget during the Clinton administration. So Director, Secretary, Mr. Chief of Staff, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. You know what it's like to be on both sides of this. You are also a member of Congress. You've also, as we just mentioned, run agencies that were subject to budget decisions during shutdowns. How do you see what's happening here with the president and his budget director threatening mass layoffs? Do they have no other choice?
You know, there's one thing we've learned time and time again is there's nothing good comes out of a shutdown of the federal government. And very frankly, it's the responsibility of elected leaders to govern, not to allow for a shutdown of the federal government, which does nothing else but hurt people. It hurts innocent people, innocent taxpayers who frankly are, I think, frustrated and angry about the situation in Washington. So there's just nothing good that's going to come of this. Whatever the president does is not going to be good. Whatever happens with the Congress basically failing to come together and try to pass a continuing resolution, it's just not going to benefit our country, our economy, and it's certainly not going to benefit our trust in elected leadership.
We just spoke with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Secretary Collins told us that his department is essentially not affected by this, despite the millions of veterans who receive services. He also said Democrats are to blame. So which one should we focus on?
Well, look, there's plenty of blame to go around. Neither party is going to benefit from this. The American people are basically blaming both parties for this shutdown. And so the longer it goes on, the more blame both parties are going to continue to bear. I think the most important thing right now is for the parties to recognize that they've got to begin negotiation. They've got to start having a dialogue in which they're talking with one another in order to determine whether or not they can arrive at a compromise or a consensus that can then restore funding for the federal government. That's the way Washington's supposed to work, and that's what they ought to be doing now, rather than simply locking in their different trenches and throwing grenades at one another, which is benefiting no one.
When we are thinking about this perhaps heightened pressure related to the potential for permanent firings, Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering if you could just put into context here the line perhaps OMB walks when it comes to executive authority, because our understanding is there's going to be legal fights as a result of some of the actions the administration could take during a shutdown. While we've heard from this White House that they feel firmly rooted in the legal authority that they do have to take these actions.
Well, look, I was director of OMB. When we were successful at being able to pass large deficit reduction packages, and as a result of the packages we passed, we essentially balanced the federal budget. And we passed all of the appropriations bills by the deadline of October 1. There was no need for a CR because we met the deadline. That's the way you're supposed to operate. That's what you're supposed to do. We passed budget resolutions. We passed appropriations bills. We were able to govern. People don't elect people in Washington to simply go back to Washington and fight each other and not govern. So, ultimately what has to happen here is elected leaders have to recognize that they have to govern. They're going to have to make some tough choices. We have a huge debt in this country. Trillions of dollars of debt. Neither party wants to deal with that debt. And the result is that we have this situation now where both parties are blaming each other for the failure to govern, when in fact, both parties are to blame for the failure to govern. And so that's what they've got to stand up and do the right thing. Otherwise, very frankly, who's going to bear the largest price? Our economy is going to bear the largest price for this shutdown. And that's going to hurt a lot of people.
Well, that's coming from a senior Democrat. Mr. Secretary, we heard from the President of the United States, in this case, in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief, talking to top brass at Quantico. I bet you saw the speech or you heard about it earlier this week. This is the backdrop to the shutdown, knowing that troops at the moment are not going to be paid unless there's a carve-out of some sort from the big, beautiful bill that has yet to be codified. I just want you to go back to what the President told this room of experienced generals and officers at Quantico. Let's listen.
We've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms.
plays just yet. No plays just yet. Can't see anything. It's been quiet for about an hour. Bitcoin's running. $123K. Sorry, when I go quiet, it's because I'm literally trying to do real estate deals. I should have Nat and Nat should be here, but she can't get hold of her. Well, she must be doing something else, to be fair. So we got a little real estate team. Push a deal across the line. I gotta do it quick today. Gotta do it today. It's the last day. Well, no, I've got till Monday to push this one across the line. So I really gotta get on it. vacation. Market's still holding up. Let's have a quick scan. Everything's up, holding up pretty decent. Crypto's just done the run. Gold is up to 3.9. Jeez. Wow. Nothing's happening at the moment. As I find out, you guys will be the first to know. as the falling. Maybe the market looking to start going, what the hell's going on? Oh, I'm going to shut down the stream, guys. I think I've got too many tabs open on my computer. SPY's falling fast. See if we can find what's going on. See, Trump said something, but I don't think that's it. It's falling pretty fast. Ooh. What's going on with Google? Google, can't find nothing. I think initially, all right. to bounce.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now in day 3 of the Democrat-led government shutdown. The Democrats continue to recklessly hold the American people hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Republicans are fully unified behind passing nonpartisan clean funding bill, the exact same bill that Democrats approved back in March to reopen the federal government. But those same Senate Democrats are now voting against this clean funding bill and keeping the people's government closed. I understand Democrats will have an opportunity very shortly here to change course, and we hope that they will. There are significant personal impacts on millions of Americans as a result of this current government shutdown. The 1.3 million men and women of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force who serve honorably and put their lives on the line to defend us all are not being paid. Military families are already seeking out food assistance because of financial anxiety caused by this Democrat shutdown. According to new reporting from the Military Times, staff members at the Armed Services YMCA food pantry distribution location near Fort Hood in Texas found a line of military families stretched around the side of the building yesterday at 5 in the morning. According to the staff who work there, that is, quote, not happened ever. They've already had a 34% increase this week over past weeks. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe we have a sacred responsibility to protect and provide for our military families with the resources they need to thrive. If Democrats believe in this very simple premise too, they should end this shutdown immediately. Unfortunately, the severe impacts of the Democrat shutdown extend beyond our troops. Nearly 7 million mothers, infants, and low-income families who rely on government-run food assistance will be in jeopardy if the WIC program runs out of money in the weeks ahead. The more than 13,000 air traffic controllers who ensure that Americans fly safely in airports across the country are currently working without pay. The National Flood Insurance Program is in danger of lapsing, which could leave families without necessary help if a disaster strikes, and we are in the middle of hurricane season. Critical services offered at Social Security field offices are reduced for senior citizens and disabled Americans. Helpful transition assistance programs are not being provided for veterans who fought to defend our country and are now trying to re-enter civilian life. The economic consequences of this shutdown are piling up every day. Policymakers, markets, and even the Federal Reserve are flying blind at a key juncture because BLS and BEA data are on hold until the government reopens. Democrats shutting down the federal government to give health care to illegal aliens could lead to lower growth and higher unemployment rates for Americans. According to a new memo from the Council of Economic Advisors, the U.S. economy could lose $15 billion of growth domestic product each week. Every single week, the Democrat shutdown extends, with a month-long shutdown leading to an additional 43,000 unemployed people. Small businesses are likely to encounter delays in receiving federal loans. Mortgage applications will likely shrink. And just this morning, Business Roundtable, an association of more than 200 CEOs of Americans' leading companies representing every sector of the U.S. economy, put out a statement urging Congress to pass the clean CR that will once again come before them in the Senate floor in just a few moments. Quote, "A fully functioning government is essential for American businesses, workers, and consumers, while policymakers continue working on a full-year funding package and other pressing issues." Again, that is a quote from the Business Roundtable. What's clear is that the Democrats' actions account to an intentional sabotage of our country and our people by shutting down our government. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans are calling on Democrats to reopen the government immediately on behalf of the American public. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to do the right thing and to stop this shutdown. Call your Democrat senator and tell them to vote yes to reopen the government. On another matter, despite the Democrat shutdown, President Trump's efforts to make America safe again continue. President Trump believes that American cities should be the safest places on earth, and he is committed to making this a reality. We've already seen that President Trump successfully made D.C. safe again in only a few weeks. That same crime crackdown will continue to happen in cities across the country and is happening in Portland, Oregon. President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. What's been allowed to happen in Portland, and we saw disturbing video footage of this last night, this is not peaceful protesting, this is left-wing anarchy that has been destroying this great American city for years, leaving police officers battered, citizens terrorized, and business properties damaged. Since early June alone, Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility. And more people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of federal resources to Portland immediately, including enhanced CBP and ICE resources. Law and order will prevail, and President Trump will make sure of it. With that, I'll take your questions, and we will begin today's briefing with our new media seat, Amanda Head from Just the News. Amanda, thank you for being here.
On that most recent topic that you mentioned, reportedly Portland police have not been able to engage protesters to the degree that they normally would. Does the president plan on handling this from that angle as well with city leaders?
Yes. From our understanding, the law enforcement that we have here in the Homeland Security Task Force, I spoke with them this morning, and what they're seeing is that unfortunately, local police has been restricted from responding or cooperating at all with federal authorities, which is completely absurd. We have surged federal law enforcement personnel to this city to restore law and order and to work alongside local law enforcement. And we've seen the benefits of this in Washington, D.C. And all of you live here, so you can agree Washington, D.C. is and feels much safer because of the cooperation between federal and local law enforcement. They can and must be working together, and we think it's despicable that these local elected officials who swear an oath to protect their people are preventing law enforcement from doing their jobs on the ground. So that's why the president has directed his team here at the White House, and they are already on it to look into how we can cut funds. And the president wants to work with anyone. If the mayor of Portland were to call him right now and say, "Mr. President, please help us," I am sure the president would be willing to do that. He is genuinely serious about wanting to restore order in America's cities. But it's become apparent that the local and elected officials in Oregon do not feel the same. And that's very unfortunate for the people who live there.
And then one more question on the government shutdown. Should there be some type of scheduled layoffs to maybe entice Democrats to come to the table, like every hour another agency, another 100 pink slips? I'm sure Russ Vought has a list of folks ready to go.
Well, look, the Office of Management and Budget, as we've said repeatedly, is working with the agencies and our cabinet secretaries to identify where cuts unfortunately can and have to be made. And again, we understand there's another vote happening on the Senate floor in an hour. Maybe if Democrats do the right thing, this government shutdown can be over. Our troops can get paid again. We can go back to doing the business of the American people. But if this shutdown continues, as we've said, layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that. And Russ Vought has been in contact with our cabinet secretaries at their respective agencies to discuss that. Thank you, Amanda. Kelly.
How would this administration define what makes a Democrat agency, which agencies, and what constitutes being a Democrat agency?
I think this administration has been very clear, Kelly, that we're not going to tolerate waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. And we've also been very clear to point out when agencies or when programs do not align with this administration's values of putting our country first. You've seen that with USAID and in various other cases where there's been cuts made or funding has been slashed. And so, again, unfortunately, we're having to do a massive review of the bureaucracy to be good stewards of the American taxpayer dollar. And it's the Democrats who have forced the White House and the president into this position by voting to shut the government down.
You've talked about thousands likely layoffs coming. Do you have an update on the timeline for that? How quickly? And if the government is restored to funding and back in operation, will that list of potential layoffs still be on the table?
Look, as I just stated, the Office of Management and Budget is in constant communication and contact right now with our cabinet secretaries and agencies across the board to identify, unfortunately, where layoffs have to be made and where cuts have to happen. But again, the Democrats have an opportunity to prevent this if they vote to reopen the government. That is all this administration and the president is asking for. Vote for a clean continuing resolution to keep the government open. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. During the campaign.
Thank you, Peter.
I was raised to say thank you in the White House briefing room. During the campaign, President Trump said that he did not know anything about Project 2025. Now he knows about it. Is that the blueprint for shrinking the government?
Look, the blueprint is what the president and his team and his cabinet secretaries ultimately decide. And the president trusts his cabinet secretaries to identify where there is waste, fraud, and abuse. We pointed out this morning, or Russ Vought tweeted about this morning, a Chicago rail project that was canceled. We paused $2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects, specifically the Red Line extension and the red and purple modernization projects. And it's because the administration is concerned that the Biden administration was handing out taxpayer dollars to pay for this construction based on DEI. DOT is reviewing the race-based contracting on unconstitutional grounds, and in the meantime, the Department of Transportation funds for these projects are on hold. So I guess this answers both of your questions. This would be an example of that.
And just because there's so much shutdown talk, something different. What do you guys think about the NFL's decision to name Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl halftime performer, somebody who has not scheduled shows in the U.S. because he says that he's worried that ICE is going to come and arrest his fans?
Well, look, I know there are many in this room who are very anxious to hear the president's response to Bad Bunny being the halftime show, so I won't get ahead of him. I won't reveal what he feels about this. Next time you all ask him a question, you're welcome to do that. I have my own feelings on that, but that's not what I'm up here to talk about. As far as ICE being at the Super Bowl, as far as I'm aware, there's no tangible plan for that in store right now. However, of course, this administration is always going to arrest and deport illegal immigrants when we find them. If they are criminals, we're going to do the right thing by our country. Kate.
Did the president and Russ Vought decide yesterday in their meeting which cuts they wanted to make to agencies and which ones would be permanent?
Again, I've kind of answered this question a few different times now. It's been asked in a few different ways. Their discussions continue between the Office of Management and Budget and cabinet agencies across the board, and they are actively identifying where these cuts and these layoffs have to be made as this government shutdown hopefully does not continue.
And on Hamas, the president said that if Hamas rejects the proposal, that Netanyahu would have his full backing to finish the job. A UN report found that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. Does the president have concerns about the civilians being killed, the worsening humanitarian crisis, and are there limits to what the White House would support when it comes to Israel's actions in Gaza?
Look, the president has deep concerns about all of the atrocities that have taken place in the Middle East over the past few years. It's deeply unfortunate that he inherited this mess from the Biden administration. If you all recall, under President Trump in his first term, the Middle East was on a pathway for peace and prosperity. There was the historic signing of the Abraham Accords. Israel was on a path to normalization between Arab and Gulf nations, and we hope that can continue. But right now, the president has made it very clear to Hamas that this is an acceptable and detailed proposal that they must accept, or the consequences are going to be very grave for them. And he has given them a deadline of Sunday evening at 6 p.m. When I was out here on Wednesday, I told all of you, I'll leave it to the president to make that red line, and he now has. I think the entire world should hear the president of the United States loud and clear. And Hamas has an opportunity to accept this plan and to move forward in a peaceful and prosperous manner in the region. And if they don't, the consequences, unfortunately, are going to be very tragic. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Has the president declared war on international drug cartels? And if so, or if he will, does he feel he needs congressional approval?
As the White House has said many times, the president has directed these actions, these strikes against Venezuelan drug cartels and these boats, consistent with his responsibility to protect the United States interests abroad and in furtherance of the U.S. national security and foreign policy interests. This is pursuant to his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief and the chief executive to conduct foreign relations. In each of these cases, Michael, the vessels have been assessed by the U.S. intelligence community to be affiliated with designated terrorist organizations engaged at the time in trafficking illicit drugs to our country. The president has been very clear, dating back to the campaign trail, that he is always going to do what's in the best interest of the American homeland. And he also promised the American people he was going to end the drug epidemic that has taken far too many American lives. And you're seeing those actions play out almost every single day here.
Last question on the shutdown, Caroline. Hakeem Jeffries has said that President Trump is in the Presidential Witness Protection Program since the shutdown has begun. What's the White House's reaction to that?
That's just more ridiculous fodder from Hakeem Jeffries. As you all know, because you're here every day, the president is literally working around the clock right now. I think he has a swearing-in ceremony, or he already did. He has several meetings on the books today. He literally works 24/7. Anyone who works in this place or covers this place, as you all do, knows that to be true. And Hakeem Jeffries and the Senate Democrats should get back to work in a few minutes and vote to reopen the government. Emily.
Thank you, You spoke earlier about the energy and infrastructure projects that Director Vogt paused. Will the White House agree to restore that funding as part of the deal to end the shutdown?
Well, I won't make any agreements here. Senate Republicans are talking with their colleagues on the Democrat side, but right now, Russ Vought is doing what he's been tasked to do in the midst of this government shutdown, which is to look at funds that need to be temporarily halted or need to be canceled. And Chicago is just another example of that.
Caroline.
Go to Libby in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions for you. One on the FDA, but first on the shutdown.
Sure.
Will the administration, if this government shutdown ends, still move forward with firing thousands of federal workers?
Look, as I've said repeatedly, Libby, right now we want the government to be open. Layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of a government shutdown, and it's something the administration is examining. If the government is reopened, we're going to get back to doing what we were doing last week and the week before, working on the issues that the American people care about.
And then on the FDA, they just approved that new abortion pill, and it's causing a lot of uproar among Republicans. What is the president's response to that, and does the administration plan to have that FDA approval?
Well, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy, has put out several statements on this. The HHS's decision, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. They are just simply following the law. And as they put out in their statement, by law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services must approve a generic drug application if the application demonstrates the generic drug is the, quote, same as the brand name drug. Generic applicants are not required to submit independent evidence proving safety and effectiveness. As such, FDA's decision to approve a second generic version does not address the merits of the current safety program. HHS is reviewing adverse effects to ensure the FDA's required safety program for the drug is sufficient to protect women. This safety review equally applies to generic versions of this drug. So FDA and HHS are following the law. It's, again, not an endorsement of the drug itself. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on the shutdown. You've argued that these impending layoffs are necessary to keep essential services up and running, but that has never been the case in any previous shutdown. Even when the government was shut down for 35 days in Trump's first term, you've never had to lay off thousands of workers to keep essential services up and running. So why are layoffs now necessary in this shutdown?
Because we have an administration and we have a president who are wholeheartedly focused on restoring fiscal sanity to our government and doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. We are $37 trillion in debt, and the federal government is currently shut down. There is no more money coming into the federal government's coffers. And as you've also seen since the beginning, in January, this administration is focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse. And so Democrats have given this administration an unenviable choice to have to take a look at the balance sheet and identify but some
there's concern. They appear to be very sympathetic towards the protesters over at the ICE facility. Is the White House considering invoking the Insurrection Act over in Portland? Is that something they are considering also? As far as Portland City Council is concerned, are they looking at the members there who are appear to be helping out the protesters as far as suggesting to get burner phones, et cetera, et cetera?
That's not something I've heard that's under consideration or discussion at this time.
Caroline.
Is ever yelling in the back? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Bianca Gracia here, and I have a question. This week, the Democrats have chosen illegals over hard-working Hispanic Americans during Hispanic Heritage Month, causing the White House to cancel the celebration with the president. Is the president open to letting the Hispanics who overwhelmingly voted for him have their own siesta fiesta in the White House lawn opposed to the fancy, we don't need fancy schmancy, right? You can give us the backyard and we'll fill it all in and have in our own fiesta. Is the president open to that?
I had no idea she was going to ask that question. I just want to preface that. I've never met you. I just want to say that, but welcome to the briefing room. I love your energy. I can't personally unilaterally promised the South Lawn grounds. We have some construction going on out there, but I know that everyone here views it as very unfortunate we had to cancel or hopefully just reschedule the Hispanic American Heritage Month event, and it's because we are working around the clock during this government shutdown. When the Democrats vote to reopen the government, that event will be back in the planning stages. You're welcome. Brian, go ahead.
Much. Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. I was with the Secretary of War and the Attorney General in Memphis just the other day as we were going to a command center, and I noticed a billboard along the highway that said, "Memphis welcomes the National Guard." Now, what is your message today to Democrat mayors watching us right now that suffer from TDS and they cannot get Trump out of the way to saving their city, Portland being one of them?
They should do the right thing by their citizens, Brian. They should call the president, they should call the White House and say, we want to work with you. And in Memphis, we are seeing some cooperation. As you saw from that billboard, the people of Memphis are loving this, and they are very grateful for the federal government's efforts. And federal law enforcement is there. We're working alongside local law enforcement. We'd like to see it ramped up a little bit because we want to make progress, and we want to arrest as many bad criminals as we can. Since Monday, I do have some updated statistics from the Homeland Security Council this morning. Since Monday, 153 arrests have been made in Memphis, including 5 gang members. 48 illegal guns have been seized, and 5 missing children have already been recovered. Last night, 60 arrests were made and 21 illegal firearms were seized. Arrests from last night include a suspect wanted for rape of a child under 13, first-degree murder, breaking and entering, aggravated assault, illegal drug possession, and many more. So we continue to see good results coming in through Memphis, and the president is very excited about making Memphis safe again. In the blue.
Thank you. At the top of the brief, we're interested in giving health care to
their continuing resolution. They inserted a provision to undo a provision in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill, that ended taxpayer-funded health care illegal benefits for illegal aliens. Democrats' proposal would require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than Medicaid does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. And this bill would have also allowed California to continue a gimmick that funds its Medicaid for Illegals program. Those are things that we ended, the Trump administration ended, with the passage and the signage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And it is an undisputed fact, a fact that under the Biden administration, illegal aliens were absolutely receiving taxpayer-funded health care benefits. In fact, in fiscal year 2024, Medicaid costs for emergency services for illegal immigrants skyrocketed by 142% from the previous year to $9.1 billion. That's $9.1 billion taxpayer dollars that were going to emergency services for illegals. Between President Trump's last full fiscal year under his first administration and Joe Biden's last full fiscal year, Medicaid spending on emergency services for illegal immigrants nearly tripled. There was an increase of 196% between 2020 and 2024. And I have a chart here for you, and I'm more than happy to email it to you. I'd also like to add, because some were asking dishonest questions yesterday about emergency rooms. In Southern California, according to healthcare professionals in 2023, under the Biden administration, Southern California's, quote, entire healthcare system was being bombarded with illegal immigrants and forcing American patients to endure longer wait times. In Denver, Colorado, the CEO of Denver Health stated that 8,000 illegal immigrants made 20,000 visits to the city's health system in 2023. Leaving an uncompensated bill totaling over $10 million. So when a legal alien goes to the emergency room, who's paying for it? The American taxpayer. The main safety net hospital in Denver had to turn away patients due to the massive influx of illegal immigrants into the community. And UC Health Hospitals in 2024 reported their system was under stress from an increasing number of migrants. As a result, according to the head of emergency departments and urgent cares across the hospital system, quote, access is impeded for everyone. These are healthcare professionals who dealt with this directly, and there's a lot more where that came from. It is an undisputed fact that Democrats want to give taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal immigrants, period. Ed.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Is the president talking directly to Democratic senators to try and get their vote for a clean CR?
the Senate Republicans are speaking directly with moderate Democrats. I understand those conversations have become very serious, and we hope positive in the right direction so that Democrats will do the right thing.
I don't know if you saw overnight a refinery in California went up in flames. Is the president going to help the governor should gas prices spike, or could he help the governor?
Look, I know the administration and the White House are aware of that situation that took place. I don't have any announcements for you, Ed, on that.
Has the president seen the first draft of the commemorative coin that the Treasury is doing for the 250th anniversary? It has his face on it.
Oh, I'm not sure if he's seen it, but I'm sure he'll love it. Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. It's now being reported that former President Biden's DHS and TSA placed peaceful January 6 protesters and even Americans who refused to wear masks during COVID onto watch lists usually reserved for terrorists. Most of these people were not charged with crimes. Does the White House have a comment on the prior administration violating the free speech and due process of these Americans? And where is the outrage from the left that claims to stand for due process and free speech? And after that, I have another question about protecting journalists from Antifa.
Sure. Well, Kara, to your first point, please send me that report. That's certainly very concerning. I haven't seen it myself, but if indeed that was happening, it's something I'm sure the Department of Justice and the FBI would deem worthy of looking into.
Journalists, as you mentioned earlier, are being increasingly attacked by leftist protesters. I was actually assaulted outside of President Trump's United Nations speech, and I think the White House is aware that a Portland journalist was almost blinded by an Antifa protester. This has been a problem that's gone on for years, and police often say that their hands are tied. Does the White House have a plan or plan on issuing a statement maybe discouraging this violence against journalists out on the street like me and so many others in this room?
Well, I hope that my statement earlier in the briefing served that purpose, but of course, we condemn violence against anyone in this country, and journalists as well, who are exercising their First Amendment right. And there have been so many incredible independent journalists across the country who have gone undercover within Antifa and really have come to understand how this is a growing domestic terrorism threat inside of our country. And I would encourage maybe some of you in this room to get outside the Beltway and go do some of that undercover investigative reporting, because it is really incredible what they found. I met with one of them in my office yesterday, and they're doing very dangerous work in difficult circumstances, and Antifa is a very violent group, as you've experienced and that many others in the media have as well. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Following up on Libby, sort of on the other side of the abortion debate, has the president abandoned his campaign pledge to mandate insurance coverage for IVF services?
No.
Was there any update on that? We flew by that May EO deadline for the White House to produce a plan.
I literally just read a statement from the Health and Human Services on you, for Libby at least, as far as IVF goes. I'll check in with our policy team and we'll get you some updates.
Russia, how concerned is the White House that the Russian Navy seems to be escalating its provocation of NATO allies? I'm talking, of course, to the several close calls they've had with the Danish military during the EU leaders meeting in Copenhagen.
It's something the administration takes very seriously, and we are constantly monitoring it. The National Security Council here at the White House is in constant correspondence with our NATO allies, and the president speaks to many of them as well.
Yes. We've seen a spate of gun violence in this country, both mass shootings. We've seen this Michigan church that was attacked, children being shot in pews in Minnesota. We've also seen politically motivated assassinations of Minnesota lawmakers Charlie Kirk. Has any of this made the president or the White House rethink gun safety prevention in this country? Either red flag laws, I know that was a conversation in the first Trump administration, or is there anything on the table right now on gun violence?
Of course, this is an extremely pressing issue for the administration and our entire country. It's deeply alarming to everyone here, the violence that we've seen taking place all over the country, the assassinations that have unfortunately, tragically taken place throughout the last several months. There are many discussions about how to prevent such violence and how we can ensure that law enforcement has the resources they can on the ground to not only respond, but again, to prevent such tragedies from taking place. If there are red flags with an individual in a community, that they are treated as an emergency, a public safety emergency, not just, turn a blind eye to. There's many other things we can do, but the administration and the president has always also made it clear he's always going to protect the constitutional right, the Second Amendment constitutional right of Americans to own guns.
For Congress to pass a federal red flag law. Right now, they just incentivize states financially to have red flag laws. But I know Lindsey Graham has worked on this as a Republican. There are some Republicans that do support this kind of gun safety legislation.
I don't want to get ahead of the president on any congressional action or any suggestion to Congress on that matter. Andrew.
Thank you, Caroline. Two things. First, to follow up on something you said earlier about hospitals treating undocumented or illegal aliens. Is it the administration's position that hospitals should not have to treat people who come into the emergency department who are not here legally?
No, that's not our position. Our position is that it's completely unacceptable that the Biden administration paroled and encouraged an invasion of tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country and then promised them free health care. And the Democrats are on the record repeatedly stating that they believe illegal aliens should have healthcare benefits, free healthcare benefits in the United States of America. So that is a recipe for a disaster. Of course you're going to encourage a mass illegal invasion of our country, which is exactly what happened. And we've seen the unfortunate consequence of that, where American patients are being put last, where American patients are having to wait in wait rooms, where grandmothers and grandfathers are waiting hours and hours for care because they're being put behind the line to illegal aliens. And we don't agree with that. We don't support that. That's why the administration is desperately trying to fix it and deport the tens of millions of illegal aliens that the Democrats and the Biden administration allowed into our country. And we'd love to continue doing that work so long as the federal government is reopened. And there are many federal law enforcement agents and officers right now who are working without pay. That's unacceptable. The Democrats need to reopen the United States government, and we hope that they will do the right thing on the Senate floor in just a few moments. Thank you, everyone.
All right. If you're on the market, take that. Where's my earbud gone? Oh my days. Where's my headset, man? Where's my headphones gone? Seriously. Not in my pocket, not in the headset. Not on my desk. I don't need this headache right now. Where's my headphones? Spy hitting the new low. I'm absolutely baffled. Spy turn red. Coming down pretty fast. Fed Logans, we are really needing to caution about the future rate cuts. Monetary policy is likely to modestly restrictions. Nothing really. I just don't think everyone liked that White House talk just then. They weren't liking it. I need to quickly take a call with an investor, so give me 2 minutes, I'll be back. Spy falling. Hello. I'm fine, thank you. Yourself? It is, sir. You too as well. I did. Indeed, and if we could obviously move on the purchase price. Spy hitting the new low. We did ask for around 1.2 million, but y- what for? What reason? What reason for? How long have you had it, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, sure. And I appreciate obviously the call and introducing yourself, and obviously Nat has introduced you to me, and hopefully we can just push this across the line nice and smoothly. Well, our seller, like I said, for the price that we've asked for, our seller is a cash buyer. So I don't know if that helps. So we can obviously close a lot faster. So yeah, if I could obviously get the floor plans. What else did I need? I think that was pretty much it, and just and the size of the rooms as well. That'd be nice. But if I have the floor plans, obviously I can see that. And to me, and then basically, I'm going to be honest with you, I have until Monday to kind of push this across the line, because he goes away. So I'm just being clear with you. I need to kind of obviously get things done, obviously kind of smoothly, quickly as possible. So if you could obviously. No, we've already come up from 1.2, innit? So 1.3, we're gonna kind of stand firm. If not, we'll kind of just walk away from it and just leave it alone. I can ask maybe the 1.1. Yeah, that's cool, innit? But at the same time, you're not getting paid by them, innit? You want to get paid by me, so you should be standing on my side, you know? Yeah, but that doesn't, like I said, I respect it. You want to have something to back yourself up with. So I would just say to you, go in there with the 1.3. If he kind of barters with you, just say we can close it most probably at obviously the 1.35. Obviously, I still need to clarify with my client. Still will need to have all the information just so it gives him his peace of mind, and obviously we can just move forward. Like what? For what reason? You don't need that. You don't need that. Trust me, you don't need it. It's only a floor plan. You've given me everything I need anyway. It's only the floor plan. Please. And if you got the RICS evaluation, like I said, that would be a major help. But I can obviously speed things up from the minute you give me the floor plans. Yeah, I'll be able to speed things up from there and get a solid answer. Nah. I'm up to about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. No problem. No problem. Thank you for your time. We don't need to. We don't. If you just said that you said this, the lawyer's gonna. I step away from the minute he says yes and you say yes. I step away just like you do. The lawyers. I'm giving you 100% clarification. The money's not an issue. The lawyers are gonna have to do their background check. That's just their legal requirements anyway. But you guys don't. Just believe me, you guys don't need it. I've done plenty of these deals before. Obviously pass. Let me see the floor plans. Let him obviously, if he says yes, if it makes sense for him to obviously expose what's in his bank account, then he will do so. He's not just going to do it just to get a RICS evaluation. 10, you know, 15, 20 million pound is, yeah, it's not a lot of money in this scenario, unfortunately. No problem. God bless you and thank you for your time. Take care. Bye bye. Market's trying to bounce from the low. Just turned green again. Let's see if we can end Friday on a green day. What we got? Got 2 hours, just short of 2 hours. Look, it's the market. It's not gonna really matter how low. Isn't that? Talking about that, there she is. trying to bounce its way back up. gonna bounce back up. again. Market's trying to pull back up. Earnings season around the corner, so I can imagine things start picking up soon. That's my job done for today. Democratic bill to end the US shutdown has failed. Them need more votes. Y'all want the shit, they want it to end? Go and vote. Go and vote. We gonna make that money anyway. We gonna make that money anyway. Right, let's try and close another deal. Try and close another deal. Try and get some answers by what? What day is it today? Monday. We need to close up one by Monday for sure. These other two, they can wait. Let me check the sale of this place actually. That's something that I didn't do.
nonprofit advocacy group who's also a shareholder of UNH. They filed a proposal here. Essentially, they're wanting them to distinguish between the board chair versus the CEO. So currently, Stephen Hemsley, he assumes both of these positions here, but they're really calling for them to have some sort of separation here between who leads the board versus who's the CEO. So we are seeing shares kind of reacting off of this a little bit. I mean, as you think about kind of the advocacy here, activist campaign in a sense, shares up about 1.7%.
So it sounds like they're just looking for stronger leadership structure. And, you know, remember, I feel like years ago, and maybe was it coming off the financial crisis, you definitely saw that separation from chair and CEO, thinking that there needed to be more of a kind of separation when it comes to some of the senior leaders.
And that's what's definitely being underscored here.
Okay, what's next on your radar, Nora?
Looking at USA Rare Earth here,
Ooh,
that's ticker
we love a good rare earth.
USAR. I mean, they've been in focus so much today. We've been, or recently rather, with all the stakes that the government's been taking, and that's exactly what we're kind of thinking about here. So we're looking at shares of USAR up about 14%, rising for double-digit gains right now. This after CNBC reported the fact that the company is in close communication with the Trump administration when the company was asked whether or not it'd be open to a deal with the Trump administration. As we know, MP Materials, also its other peer, Lithium Americas, they already have established stakes here that have been agreed upon in regards to the U.S. government. We know Trump has really been having, you know, a field day trying to kind of take stakes in some of these companies like Intel and a few others here. So that's what we're looking at right now. Definitely getting a boost here when you look at shares.
Can I just say, the stock is up 50% in the past 3 trading days.
Insane.
Yeah.
Also, I did not know this, but I'm looking at USA Rare Earths because we've spoken to these folks in the past. Barbara Humpton, formerly of Siemens, who was on our program just a few weeks ago.
She was.
She's now CEO of USA Rare Earths.
Well, there you go.
That change happening just days ago.
Wow. A lot happening in
know.
the past couple of days. Shares are up 125% so far this year. They're having quite the year right now.
Hey, Barbara, call us. We need to check in with her. All right, one more. Rivian, ticker RIVN.
Yes, have been keeping eyes on automakers a lot in the past couple days here. Looking at shares of Rivian, they are in the red here, down about 1.3% in trading. And this is ticker RIVN here. They're planning to redesign a key element of the doors of its vehicles after customers really laid out concerns, particularly over safety issues involving the car doors here, specifically with its current design. And of course, we know this is just a day after the company narrowed its full year outlook specifically for EV deliveries. So lots going on here with Rivian. Shares up not very much year to date, up about 0.1% so far this year. So interesting to see what action lies ahead.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we're watching so closely all of these EV makers, right? It's been an interesting couple of years. We've seen them taken off, and certainly those credits from the government, the U.S. government, has certainly helped in terms of juicing their sales, but we'll see what happens.
Well, speaking of Rivian and doors, this follows news that Bloomberg reported on issues with Tesla's doors last month, and U.S. auto safety regulators have opened a defect investigation into Tesla as a result.
Right.
All right. So keeping an eye on these. Again, Rivian, as you said, little change for the year, but a little bit lower in today's session. It's actually down about 1.2%. Nora and Melinda, thank you so much. Bloomberg TV markets correspondent. For more conversations, be sure to check out our Stock Movers podcast. They are 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
I got to tell you something. You know, my dad has
a great
Ford EV.
Does he love it?
He really likes it. Yeah,
I remember he had to
likes
wait.
it a lot.
Right, he had to wait a long time for it.
But we when I was last visiting my parents, I took it for a spin, and I noticed that he had this like glass breaking device in the door, and I was like, "What is this?" And he said,
"In case it doesn't work,
this is how I can get out of the car. I can break glass with this instrument if I somehow need to get out of the car." Now, to be fair, he did also get one for my mom, who has an internal combustion engine vehicle.
Okay.
So
just
it's not
in
just
case.
because it's an EV, but he got concerned about being able to make sure the doors can always function.
Don't you think about that? Everything's electrical.
I don't think about anything with cars
It used to be
in New York.
I don't know. I remember the
What I
rolling
do
down of
know-
the window.
Well, what I do know is repairing these vehicles is so expensive because everything is electrical.
Which is kind of interesting because you basically
Keith
plug.
Naughton's talked a lot about that.
But you plug it in, it tells you what's wrong, right? You just read kind of the chips, and then you got to fix it.
And we're all paying for that with higher insurance premiums.
Yeah, it's just kind of the environment that we have today. All right, folks, we are getting ready to wrap up the first hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Again, just to check on trade as we get ready to end a week that had a lot of stuff coming at us. But Right now, you've got 67.22 on the S&P 500, up 7 points. We'll see whether or not we end with a record here. Dow Jones Industrial Average, a gain of 313 points, up 0.2%. NASDAQ 100, though, under some pressure.
Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, Leon Cooperman, the hedge fund legend, joins us. Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs have been asking a federal judge to let their client go free. CBS's Jerika Duncan is at the courthouse in New York.
6 of Sean Combs' 7 children gave statements on behalf of their father. One that I thought was very notable. I mean, all of them at points in time sort of broke down and cried or had a hard time getting those statements out. But Delilah, one of the twins, 18 years old, she said, Your Honor, please give our family the chance to heal together and move forward, not as headlines, but as human beings trying to do better. That was sort of the sentiment from all of his children. He's our dad. We need him. We want him home. We've seen a change.
Prosecutors want Combs sentenced to 11 years in prison. The Fast and Furious star Tyrese Gibson was arrested today in Georgia. CBS's Stacey Lynn has that.
The actor was charged with cruelty to animals and released on bail. Police say at least one of his Cane Corso Mastiff dogs attacked and killed a neighbor's Cavalier King Charles Spaniel last month. In his statement, Gibson's attorney said he extends his deepest condolences to the family who lost their pet.
U.S. forces have attacked a 4th boat off the coast of Venezuela, killing 4. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president has directed these actions, these strikes against Venezuelan drug cartels and these boats, consistent with his responsibility to protect the United States interests abroad and in furtherance of the U.S. national security and foreign policy interests.
Senators at this hour are voting to see if there's enough Democratic support to end the government shutdown. CBS's Natalie Brand on the effects of that shutdown.
The Office of Management and Budget is still talking to the various federal agencies and actively assessing next steps as the shutdown continues. And a lot of federal employees hoping that if there is a resolution very soon, you know, that this won't come, these layoffs won't come to fruition.
Apple has removed an app that tracks immigration agents from its App Store. Details from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Apple says it's no longer offering the app ICE Block because law enforcement believes it's a risk to officer safety. ICE Associate Director Marcos Charles says the shooter at an ICE detention facility in Dallas last week had used an ICE tracking app.
It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target.
Joshua Aaron developed the ICE Block.
This is an
$40 per million tokens, or if you have our model, it costs you just 10 cents.
It could mean that the prevailing model in global AI may be open source. As organizations and nations come around to the idea that collaboration and decentralization, those things can drive innovation faster and more efficiently than proprietary closed ecosystems. A cheaper, more efficient, widely adopted open source model from China, that could lead to a major shift in dynamics.
That's more dangerous because then they get to own the mind share, the ecosystem.
In other words, the adoption of a Chinese open source model at scale, that could undermine U.S. leadership while embedding China more deeply into the fabric of global tech infrastructure.
There's always like a point where open source can stop being open source too, right? So the licenses are very favorable today, but if...
could close it.
Exactly. If over time, they can always change the license. So it's important that we actually have people here in America building, and that's why Meta is so important.
Another consequence of China's AI breakthrough is giving its Communist Party control of the narrative. AI models built in China, they're forced to adhere to a certain set of rules set by the state. They must embody core socialist values. Studies have shown that models created by Tencent and Alibaba, they will censor historical events like Tiananmen Square, deny human rights abuse, and filter criticism of Chinese political leaders.
That contest is about whether we're going to have democratic AI informed by democratic values built to serve democratic purposes, or we're going to end up with autocratic AI.
If developers really begin to adopt these models en masse because they're more efficient, that could have a serious ripple effect, trickle down to even consumer-facing AI applications, and influence how trustworthy those AI-generated responses from chatbots really are.
There's really only two countries right now in the world that can build this at scale, and that is the U.S. And China. And so, the consequences, the stakes in and around this are just enormous.
Enormous stakes, enormous consequences, and hanging in the balance, America's lead. For a topic so complex and new, we turn to an expert who's actually building in the space and model agnostic. Perplexity co-founder and CEO Arvind Srinivas, who you heard from throughout our piece, he sat down with me for more than 30 minutes to discuss DeepSeek and its implications, as well as Perplexity's roadmap. We think it's worth listening to that whole conversation, so here it is. So first, I want to know what the stakes are. Describe the AI race between China and the US and what's at stake.
Okay, so first of all, China has a lot of disadvantages in competing with the US. Number one is the fact that they don't get access to all the hardware that we have access to here. So they're kind of working with lower end GPUs than us. It's almost like working with the previous generation GPUs scrappily. And the fact that the bigger models tend to be more smarter naturally puts them at disadvantage. But the flip side of this is that necessity is the mother of invention. Because they had to go figure out workarounds, they actually ended up building something a lot more efficient. It's like saying, hey, look, you guys really got to get a top-notch model, and I'm not going to give you resources. And they figure out something, right? Unless it's mathematically possible to prove that it's impossible to do so, you can always try to come up with something more efficient. But that is likely to make them come up with a more efficient solution than America. And of course, they've open sourced it, so we can still adopt something like that here. But that kind of talent they're building to do that will become an edge for them over time, right? The leading open source model in America is Meta's Llama family. It's really good. It's kind of like a model that you can run on a computer. But even though it got pretty close to GPT-4 and Sonnet at the time of its release, the model that was closest in quality was the giant 405B, not the 70B that you could run on your computer. And so there was still not a small, cheap, fast, efficient open source model that rivaled the most powerful closed models of OpenAI and Anthropic. Nothing from America, nothing from Mistral AI either. And then these guys come out with a crazy model that's like 10x cheaper in API pricing than GPT-4o and 15x cheaper than Sonnet, I believe. Really fast, 16 tokens per second, 60 tokens per second, and pretty much equal or better in some benchmarks and worse in some others, but like roughly in that ballpark of 4O's quality. And they did it all with like approximately just 2048 H800 GPUs, which is actually equivalent to like somewhere around 1500 or 1000 1500 H100 GPUs. That's like 20 to 30x lower than the amount of GPUs that GPT-4 is usually trained on. They roughly $5 million in total compute budget. They did it with so little money and such an amazing model, gave it away for free, wrote a technical paper, and definitely it makes us all question like, okay, like if we have the equivalent of
GM Ford is running. Trump's putting tariff reliefs on the US auto market. I don't think it will hold up that. You have to risk it. You have to have got that into time to play GM. Seems like he wants to run now, though.
members of Congress's salary during a congressional session. You know, there's been some senators who have proposed that they shouldn't get paid during a shutdown. But if you look at the legislation, that wouldn't take effect until a future Congress, even if it does become law, because of that 27th Amendment, which is the most recent amendment to the Constitution. You know, was finally ratified in the 1990s, even though it was one of the first ones that was actually proposed.
Yeah, kind of fascinating. Not so long ago in terms of actual reality. Hey, what I want to know though then, Steve, I'm assuming you're going to be working over the weekend, or do we assume nothing's going to happen over the weekend when it comes to what happens next to the government and the potential for it to reopen sooner rather than later? And at the same time, what might we get from the White House when it comes to government actions?
Yeah, so I think people like Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, she's not running for re-election. She's seen as an honest broker. The Republicans are trying to woo her with like some promises that certain bills will get to the floor, that there will be real negotiations. They've been negotiating with her. The problem is you got to get a handful of Democrats to switch sides. And right now there's no trust with the White House. When you see Russ Vogt canceling billions of dollars in projects in blue states, talking about firing tens of thousands or maybe more federal workers, you know, there's no trust here with the White House. So until you have trust, it's really hard to get to a deal, get to a place where you can actually reopen the government. And so if we have more firings, more announcements from the White House trying to turn the screws on the Democrats, it might actually backfire.
Are we actually expecting, we say that it's likely to go into next week, but if we're realistic about some sort of timeline here, have these two sides become any closer to reaching an agreement within the last 3 days? Like, are we further now than we were when this started?
Well, I mean, some of the Republicans, I talked to Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. Susan Collins said she was pretty optimistic last night that they were getting close to having a sort of a process for what would happen once the government reopens for dealing with appropriations and things like that. And then she felt like some of the senators on the Democratic side were moving the goalposts. And Lisa Murkowski, you know, she's heading out as well, and she was saying, well, she's optimistic because a lot of people want to deal with the ACA credits, want the government open, want to do the regular appropriations. And when a lot of people want to do the same thing, you've got to find a way to do those things. But, you know, I think this morning when you saw John Thune and Mike Johnson have that joint press conference where all they could guarantee is that they would start having conversations on the ACA this month if the Democrats reopen the government. Well, the Democrats look at that and they say, hey, you know, the government's been open the last 6 months. The Democrats provided the votes in March.
Yeah.
And they've got nothing for that other than, you know, kicks in the shins. You know, they having their programs cut unilaterally by the administration. So there's not a whole lot of incentive for them as long as those polls continue to show a lot of Republicans getting the blame.
Hey, Steve, just real quickly, 20 seconds. I'm watching the floor of the Senate. We still see senators speaking. Just quickly, what's still going on there?
I think, you know, there are a lot of people who want to talk. They want to talk, you know, get their speeches in.
Congressmen who want to speak?
They'll clip their speeches. Maybe you'll see them on TikTok, you know, but a lot of people want to talk and have their time saying, hey, how much they want to solve the ACA problem or how bad the Democrats are. We're still sort of in, you know, talking points mode instead of negotiating mode. And it's, you know, they just don't want to sit down and have real negotiations. It's sort of like a contest of wills to see who will bend first. And as long as it's like that, you know, that could go on a while.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, listen, you've laid it out. We know what's going on, what's to come. So appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Stephen Dennis is Bloomberg News congressional reporter right there, as you could see, for those watching on YouTube and streaming.
On Capitol Hill.
On Capitol Hill.
Hey, let's bring it back to the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York because we've got Emily Grafeo with us. She's Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. She writes today that for more than 2 decades, U.S. money managers have looked on enviously as Vanguard reaped the benefits of a unique structure that grafted the advantages of an ETF onto its biggest mutual funds. Now, in what could be the most consequential shift in the American investment industry in years, Vanguard is finally set to lose that competitive edge? Emily Griffeo, what is that competitive edge?
So for 20 years, actually more than 20 years, Vanguard had this fund structure that essentially combines the mutual fund and an ETF together. So we know ETFs have been growing, mutual funds have been around since, everyone's parents were investing, and ETFs are more tax efficient because of the way that they trade. They trade intraday, mutual funds do not. Vanguard figured out a way to essentially add an ETF share class onto a mutual fund. So if you're in a mutual fund, sometimes you're in the A class, the B, they also have an ETF class. By nature of doing that, it essentially took all the tax advantages of the ETF and put it onto the mutual fund. So Vanguard saw this idea. They were like, this is a really good idea. And they patented it. The patent expired in 2023. But all the while, they were able to save their clients billions on taxes because a lot of the mutual fund holders never saw capital gains distribution.
So the assumption is that they were able to attract investor money because of that advantage, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other reasons why they were able to attract people. I was talking to an ex-Vanguard employee who said, this was something that we patented and protected, but there's other reasons why Vanguard became so humongous, clearly. But 80 other asset managers have now asked the SEC for permission to recreate this structure since the patent has expired. So clearly other people want in on this.
But it's only something for mutual funds, right?
So technically, no.
Okay.
The SEC has first signed off. It's indicated that it's going to approve the first iteration of this, where, yes, you add a mutual fund share class onto an ETF. Some asset managers are actually trying to do the reverse, where you add an ETF or you add a mutual fund share class onto an ETF. It's a little wonky.
Why would anyone want that?
They want to do that so that they can put ETFs into retirement plans, because right now only mutual funds exist in a retirement plan. If you have an ETF, you put a mutual fund onto it, you can kind of backdoor your way into retirement plans. So this development that we saw from the SEC this week, that they signaled that they're going to approve it, it's good for the mutual fund, but it's also potentially good for people who have ETFs and want to get into 401ks.
I was going to say the ETF industry, right? Who are saying, okay, I want to tap into that money. I'm just thinking for the investing audience, right? What's the difference for them? Is it just they now maybe will get a tax advantage?
Yeah, if you're sitting in a mutual fund and now the mutual fund company that you invest with gets the approval from the SEC to do that, you could potentially be paying less taxes in the future if they choose to use this design where, again, you essentially tack on an ETF to an existing mutual fund. You use the ETF to wash out the taxes.
How big of a threat is this to Vanguard's model?
I don't think this is as much of a threat to Vanguard. I don't think Vanguard will feel I don't think they'll see outflows because they have such a strong investing community. But I think this could help the T. Rowe Prices of the world. These companies that have mutual funds, they're seeing outflows. They need a lifeline.
We've talked about how many ETFs are out there. Just quickly, in the story, it says, meantime, issuers launching an ETF for the first time will need to liaise with market makers, which play a key role in keeping fund shares trading throughout the day, something not needed by mutual funds. So that's important.
Yeah, there's going to be some technical hurdles in terms of actually getting this on the ground. So again, there's 80 asset managers. Everyone's lining up to do this. Is there enough tech? Are there enough, resources to actually support this structure?
Right.
That remains to be seen. But right now, definitely a regulatory win for the asset management industry.
We knew we wanted to bring this story because you got to love it when Emily gives us a heads up yesterday. She takes a wonky story, makes it interesting, and so excited about it. It was really cool.
Yeah, I know. It's a little technical, but
important.
Yes, important. The implications are bigger than the technicalities here.
All right. Emily Griffeo, check it out. That story on Bloomberg, on the Bloomberg, and at Bloomberg.com. She's cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News, and just a really cool chick.
one then. Last half an hour. See what else we can find. Tesla had a little pop from that. Everything had a little pop, but nothing continued. Yeah, last 10 minutes, guys. Market's not really been doing much. We've seen a few odd plays. But again, this is going to hopefully be a safe place where people can come and learn. I'm going to try and do all the trading live in front of you. Be fully transparent with everything we do. Property, real estate, investing. You got any advice? Put them in the chat. Reach me out on social media. Follow me on Instagram. Like, subscribe, share it to your friend. And yeah, we're going to try and do as much of these lives as possible. SPY took a little dip then. Hopefully we still end green. Last 10 minutes, see what happens. It's going to be important that we end green, I'll tell you that much. Last 7 minutes. Market turned red. Nope, SPY coming down more. Looking like a red day. That's the end of the day. That's the bell. Don't think there's anything happening. Market just ended slightly red. Not gonna be good, I don't think. No. Let me see how next week takes us. Hope everybody has a good day. God bless you all. So yeah, God bless you all. Hope to see some of you live on the stream. Again, subscribe and follow me on Instagram.